freedom side.
Thank you so much for the freedom to the
We in the building.
Give it up for the Freedom Futures Collective and the Freedom Side. Amazing. Next up, we have one of our elected officials here in D.C., who's our shadow House representative. We have those in D.C. because we do not have the kind of rights that we need, and that's what we're here to hear about today. So thank you for being a part of this pre-program, and I can see our other shadow rep out there in the audience. Nice to see you. Next up, we have Oye Owoloa to speak to us about D.C. statehood. Give it up for Oye.
What's up, DC? Give it up for the past performances. Now, I'm so glad to be here to kick off the National Hands Off movement. Now, people come from around the world to see the monuments, the White House, Congress, but they leave seeing you guys. This is the real DC. Give it up for yourselves. So as you all know, my name is Dr. Owoloa, and I'm the U.S. representative of Washington, D.C., where we fight for statehood and voting rights. I want to give a shout out to you guys, the millions who come to enjoy D.C., the millions who come to work in D.C., the 700,000 who call D.C. home. Those among us that often live as second-class citizens until D.C. becomes a state. We pay taxes without representation. But statehood is not just representation. It's our way of life. Last year, in the previous administration, we had a criminal code revision that will restore the way we want to live that was struck down by the president and Congress. So the fight for D.C. statehood is not a Democrat thing, it's not a Republican thing, it's an American thing. But today, we are living in a much more stark reality. We got federal workers being laid off. We have council members and a mayor who are bullied into silence. We have a budget that's being underfunded. We cannot spend our own money. So we need people like you in D.C. and outside of D.C. to stand up for us. Now, we know what the president was going to do. He created Project 2025. But in my opinion, the power belongs to the people. So we need to create a Project 2026 plan. One that supports organized labor and pushes Congress to pass the PRO Act. One that fights for the LGBTQ plus community and pushes Congress to pass the Equality Act. One that restores life to D.C. residents and pass the D.C. Statehood Emissions Act.
Where's my brother?
You can't actually share the link because my phone has been
You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can't find that fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We gon' walk it out and move mountains, and we'll rise up, we'll rise like the day, we'll rise up, we'll rise unafraid, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again. When the silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet and move mountains, take it to its feet and
Hey, my bird sings this song.
that we
all around us in these buildings around us, we have people from Doge who are breaking into buildings. We have illegally broken contracts that we have with workers. We have an attempt to go after our entire economy. We know the reality in DC. The reality is that violent crime is at a 30-year low in this community. That's amazing, but they are using this opportunity to have an unqualified U.S. attorney come here and threaten mass incarceration. They're threatening federal police presence. They're threatening to increase their arresting power. They're hurling insults at our children and at our DC public schools, saying that our schools are inmate factories. These are lies. And I think that it's so important for us to have this hour of pre-programming about DC so that we can tell everyone here who's visiting us for this day that these are lies. Race and crime are inextricably linked to DC's struggle for autonomy and have always been used by racist federal leaders as an excuse for preventing DC from governing ourselves. So we had this pre-program today so we could have you join us in saying no more. So I'm going to say hands off, and I want you to say DC. Hands off? DC. Hands off? DC. Hands off? DC. Now I'm going to say free, and I want you to say DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Now I'm going to say DC. I want you to say statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. All right, thank you so much for coming out to the pre-program. We're going to start the program in just a few minutes.
Coach Mary grabbed it for me. Yeah. I was having a heck of a time keeping it out. The pin doesn't fit. It's like too short. You know what I mean? Try to grip it. Sure, and then don't text me.
Watching you do it.
Let's go. Yeah.
Indigenous. No respect for money.
Welcome to Hands Off, the People's Veto Rally in Washington, D.C. Please welcome Denise Bright Dove Ashton Dunkley.
Awesome. Thank you. Nice. Nope. Yeah.
Hey. Greetings, everyone. Nudelit Elipan, Delawense Denise, Sapaleke Mametake Mu. I am glad you all came. My name is Denise Bright Dove Dunkley. I am Nanticoke from the Nanticoke Lenape Nation, Turtle Clan. When I describe and envision my ancestral homelands without colonial borders, I say that I am from the southernmost tide waters of Lenapehoking, the land of Lenape. And that land spreads throughout most of Delaware, parts of Pennsylvania and Maryland, and all of New Jersey, and into New York. We are gathered today in the ancestral homelands of my relatives, the Piscataway people. I am humbled to speak here, and I acknowledge the responsibility of kinship. I want to thank the Piscataway Nation for their unwavering stewardship of this territory, and I ask you all to do the same. Indigenous people have occupied, governed, traded, thrived, and endured within our original territory since time immemorial. It is our inherent sovereign right to continue to do so. But acknowledging our existence is only one step. Good allies also amplify and elevate the voices of those they are helping. We are in a time of uncertainty. Indigenous, Black, and Brown are in dire need of assistance. In fact, solidarity is critical for our collective futures. We all know too well what happens to the land happens to the people. As we struggle to fight for life and beauty in this world and for the earth itself, each of us must decide where our moral compass leads us. Will you remember the Piscataway Nation when you leave here today? Will you honor the
Not one step back. 57 years ago, on April the 3rd, Reverend Dr. King said the night before he died, nothing would be more tragic than for us to turn back now. Yes. God help us not to turn back from the vision of our Constitution, that is to establish justice, to promote the general welfare, yes, to provide for the common. Must stand up and say no. We cannot be at ease in America. History is pushing us, the present is demanding us, and the future is calling us. I said in 2018 that every age must have a movement of people that will build a moral fusion mass movement that stands together. That stands together because the issues before us are not about left versus right or Republican versus Democrat, but about right versus wrong and justice versus injustice. And with the help of the divine, we must unite more and more, declaring that we are black, we are white, we are Latino, we are Asian, we are Native, we are young, we are old, we are North, we are South, we are East, we are West, we are gay, we are straight, we are trans, we are America, and we ain't going nowhere. God give us the strength. We will not allow a budget that goes after the policies that lift the poor and low-wage workers of this nation. Yes. We will not accept the attacks on federal workers. We will not accept them, not now, not ever. Yes. And we will prayerfully, with no equivocation, no capitulation, no weakness, declare with all that is holy and divine, we must not bow. We must reclaim our government. We must pledge ourselves to the work of the third reconstruction of America. We must lift every voice and sing together. We must lead with love and repent of the apathy that has too often slipped in. We cannot bow. Finally, they are afraid of you. Trump and Musk, who want to be dictators and want to be kings and lords, they are afraid of the power of love.
tall. It might take mass sit-ins, but stand tall. It might take nonviolent civil disobedience, and they might arrest us, but stand tall. It might take mass praying, but stand tall. It might take class action lawsuits, but stand tall. It might take having a labor strike day on election day so that working people can vote. But stand tall. Stand tall in every precinct. Stand tall in every voting district. Stand tall in every city. Stand tall in every state. Stand tall in truth. Stand tall in love. Stand tall in justice. Stand tall and demand that they take their hands off our democracy, and the God of the universe will be with us. Stand tall. Bowing down. Say it with me. Bowing down. Bowing down. Bowing down is not an option. Stand. Stand. Stand.
Multiple sclerosis, breast cancer, and that most deadly disease of our time, malignant narcissistic personality disorder. Let the scientists do their job. They might even find a cure for that baffling worm and brain disease. The great thing about science is it's true whether or not the Secretary of Health and Human Services believes in it. Let's all say with Maryland, hands off science! Anybody here from Virginia? The birthplace of James Madison, who wrote us the First Amendment. It separated church and state for the first time in human history. It gave us the right to speak freely, to publish freely, to worship freely, to assemble freely, and to petition government for a redress of grievances. As Dr. King said, we've got the right to protest for what is right without being arrested, deported, or fired. We've got the right to read the book we want, including 1984 and The Handmaid's Tale, even if they now belong in the nonfiction section. We've even got the right to call the president
deranged for crashing our economy, destroying $6 trillion of wealth, and turning my 401k into a 201k. And the press has the right to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico. Madison's Constitution gave us the two most beautiful words in the English language: due process. Let's stand with Madison and Virginia and the people and Thomas Jefferson and all the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and let's say, hands off the Bill of Rights. Hello to the 713,000 tax-paying, patriotic citizens of Washington, D.C. Your officers, like Michael Fanone, joined the Capitol Police on January 6, 2021, to defend Congress against the worst insurrectionary mob violence of American history brought down on the Capitol, which wounded, hospitalized, and injured more than 140 of our police officers. These were mobsters who turned the flag of America into a weapon of war against our police. And now Donald Trump says he wants to set up a fund to compensate them. Mr. Trump, if there's going to be a fund to compensate people for January 6th, we're going to compensate the police officers and their families. We're going to back the men and women of the blue, not the planners of the coup. Meantime, the people of D.C. have a valid, bona fide political grievance, not an imaginary one. They've not stormed the Capitol or tried to overturn an election or hang the vice president. They petitioned for statehood like 37 states before them. They did it the right way. So we say to Donald Trump and Elon Musk, hands off Greenland, that's an independent country. Hands off Canada, that's an independent country. Hands off Panama, that's an independent country. Statehood for Washington, D.C. And let's say with the people of Washington, free D.C. To people across America, but especially the people of Wisconsin. They showed America that organized people who want nothing but freedom can defeat organized billionaires who want nothing but power. Here in America, Mr. Musk, justice is not for sale, and we don't raffle off state Supreme Court judgeships for million-dollar prizes. Stop trying to buy our votes. Stop government and stop stealing. Yeah. My friends, we're in the fight of our lives, but I want to tell you this. We are winning now. We are winning every day. We are winning in court, where 39 judges appointed by 5 Republican and Democratic presidents have issued 56 preliminary injunctions and TROs against this lawlessness. That's why my MAGA colleagues now want to impeach the judges like Judge Boasberg, the chief judge of the D.C. District Court. Yesterday, he ordered the return of Kilmer Garcia, a legal resident of the United States, married to a U.S. citizen. They sent him to a dictator's prison in El Salvador. The administration was forced to admit that his deportation was without due process and was, quote, an administrative error. But get this, then Trump said, well, c'est la vie. Mr. Garcia would have to stay in that torture facility because the U.S. no longer has custody over him. But Judge Boasberg told him that if you've got the means to unlawfully deport someone, you find the means to bring them back. So now they're calling Judge Boasberg a radical left rogue judge. The problem is he was appointed to the bench first by President Bush. He was Justice Kavanaugh's roommate at Yale. He's known as a pillar of the legal establishment. not the president, not Elon Musk. Their tariffs are not only imbecilic, they're illegal.
Hands off! Palestine! Hands off!
Voting rights!
Hands off!
Social Security!
Hands off!
NEH!
Hands off!
NEA!
Hands off! Hands off!
PBS!
Hands off!
Smithsonian!
Hands off!
FDA!
Hands off!
NIH!
Hands off!
Peace Corps!
Hands off!
Elmo!
Hands off! My 401k! Hands off!
Conservatives who will defend the land, the air, the water, the climate system, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the National Labor Relations Act, the Fair Labor Standards Act, the Clean Water Act, the Clean Air Act, everything that their party of nihilists and authoritarians wants to tear down in the next few weeks, we are going to conserve and defend for future generations of Americans.
We invite all Americans to join us, to join the party of democracy and freedom and solidarity. An injury to one is an injury to all. A victory for any one of us is a victory for all. And I leave you with the words of two great democracy patriots. Hold them close to your heart. One, the great Frederick Douglass, born a half an hour away at the Wye River Plantation into slavery. He escaped from slavery to become our great freedom fighter during the Civil War and Reconstruction. And Douglass said, if there's no struggle, there's no progress. And the struggle may be physical, it may be moral and physical, but there must be struggle. Power conceives nothing without a demand. It never has, and it never will. A message to you from Frederick Douglass and the people of Maryland. And my friends, I leave you finally with the words of the great Tom Paine, who my son Tommy was named after. And Tom Paine got here in 1774, 2 years before the Revolution. He fell in love with the promise.
I agree! Me too! We need to take back the country! Yeah! Jeremy, you want to start? Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Musk and Trump have got to go! This doesn't work unless you're moving around. Let's shout it! Let's actually shout it, guys. Come on! See a lot of people not saying it. Join in. Don't you love your country? Actually say the chant. Come on and say it with us. Say it with us. Come on. Ho, ho. Musk and Trump have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Musk and Trump have got to go. Hey, hey. Ho, ho. Musk and Trump have got to go.
Because he was a feminist, and that he was fighting for women's voting rights in the 18th century. But Paine said, these are the times that try men and women's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will shrink at this moment from the service of their cause and their country. But everyone that stands with us now will win the love and the favor and affection of every man and every woman for all time. Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, but we have this saving consolation. The more difficult the struggle, the more glorious in the end will be our victory. Let's make that victory ours. Thank you, Indivisible. Thank you, America.
Please welcome Congressman Maxwell Frost.
Hello, how's everybody doing? This is about the fight for everything and everyone. When I say everything, say everyone. Everything. 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 It is so damn good to see this crowd. Yo, we all know that we're living in some dark times. We see the foundations of our society, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the very safety nets that people have fought for generations to ensure that our country lives up to its promise, are being targeted by the billionaires and the oligarchs and the corporations. This insidious rise of authoritarianism is fueled by corrupt billionaires and mega corporations who believe that they have the right to control every aspect of our lives. Our health care, to our schools, to our thoughts, to our very speech. under the false banner of patriotism and freedom and a false banner of patriotism. They would have us believe that if we gave them ultimate control, everything would be great. But breaking news, they've had the control, and look at where we're at right now. Massive wealth inequality in this country, where most of our people live paycheck to paycheck. And it isn't a new problem for generations. The billionaires and oligarchs have kept all this wealth and left us with the crumbs. But we say, no more. In this moment, we all have a choice to make. As elected officials, we can't live in the world of what we can't do, but we have to live in the world of what we can and must do. I'll tell you, I had some friends come up to me and say, Maxwell, you should think about running for Congress. 4 years ago, I said, hell no, you're crazy. The crazy thing is, I didn't have all the power at the time, I didn't have all the money. I experienced homelessness during my campaign, and as many of you know, even after I was elected, I couldn't find a place to live in D.C. because the housing costs were too high.
Give up our seats? No problem.
He's just trying to make a buck. He wants to sell a bunch. Buy his pretzels! Buy his pretzels! He's trying to make a living. Buy his pretzels! Wait, I have a message. It's a real question, guys. Pretzels, bottled water. Y'all really support these. There's nothing wrong with liking meat except in your job.
Yeah, and we'd be peaceful and,
Using everything they have. And it's insane because there is such international solidarity in the right-wing fascist movement. January 6th here, January 8th in Brazil, funded by a lot of the same people and organized by a lot of the same people. But here's the thing, their movement is run by fear, trying to push us against one another. They would have our people believe that the reasons we can't afford rent, the reason we can't afford health care, the reason we can't afford groceries is because of other people in our own communities. Yes, we know that this system is rigged and the status quo doesn't work for Americans, but it's not rigged against the billionaires, it's rigged for the billionaires and for the corporations. They are the ones hoarding so much wealth, we can't even imagine what it is. They're the ones cutting essential programs that help working families while giving themselves massive tax breaks that benefits nobody but themselves. They tell us that immigrants are stealing our jobs, but they're the ones shipping jobs overseas and hiring corporate lawyers to go in union busts. They're the ones that are screwing us over on the job. They tell us that trans people are a threat to our children, but they're the ones dismantling public education. They're the ones denying the climate crisis. They're the ones poisoning our planet. They're the ones doing nothing about the national public health emergency of gun violence. And they want us to believe that they're the patriots of free speech. But they're the ones kidnapping and disappearing college students across this country that are just fighting for peace to ensure that innocent people don't die. to Michigan with my good friend Senator Chris Murphy to a Republican district. And the message is simple. We're in this situation not because of our neighbors. I promise you, your bank account looks a lot more like your trans neighbors or your immigrant neighbors, and nothing like Elon Musk's. In fact, we're all closer to being on the streets than having a bank account that looks like his. How do you think he got to where he's at? I have people who come up to me and say, Maxwell, why would they be stealing? Elon Musk is already the richest person in the world. He has enough money. The question is, how do you think he became the richest person in the world? And, you know, Elon doesn't like me. If you told me 5 years ago that the richest man on earth would be tweeting about me, I mean, it goes to show Elon's a great example that money can't buy you happiness, and money can't buy you a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat either. But I'll tell you, our way out of this is not to back down, is not to be silent, is not to be divided. Throughout human history, authoritarians, they're never satisfied with the power that they have. And so they test the bounds, they push the limits, they break the law, and then they look at the public to see if they're quiet or if they're loud.
That's enough.
If we are quiet, if elected officials are quiet, then we are complicit. And we cannot be complicit in the tearing apart of Medicaid, of Social Security, of food stamps and nutritional assistance, of the things that we fought for and earned. This is why Democrats in the House and across the country, we can't be and we are not the minority party. We must be the opposition in this moment. And then in less than 2 years, we will become the majority. And I'll tell you this, Elon Musk was on the news the other day saying, well, if the Democrats win, it's just going to be subpoenas and investigations. It's the one thing he's right about. You're damn right there's going to be subpoenas. You're damn right there's going to be investigations. Because when you steal from the people, expect the people to rise up at the ballot box and on the streets. Look, I'll end with this. I'm not going to be the one to sit here and say everything is going to be okay. Because to be honest, there's going to be a lot of people, and there's already a lot of people who are not okay, who are suffering from this authoritarian right-wing regime that is trying to have a billionaire takeover of our government. But the good thing is we are not alone. Not just in this moment and in this crowd, but I mean we're not alone in the grand mosaic of humanity and timeline of justice. We stand alongside the water protectors, the freedom fighters, the anti-war warriors, the labor organizers, and movements of working people throughout human history that have seen the world through the eyes of the most vulnerable and said, we are all together. We are not divided and we are not apart. And it's not going to be easy. And I know this coming from a movement, you know, I got involved in politics when I was 15 years old because I didn't want to get shot in school. I was a part of movement for 10
Thank you. I know, I mean, it's just crazy. It's like in Maryland, we're like, aside from DC, we're like the most gun shots. Apparently, I don't know that. He just got ripped.
attention to us. This is what's going on right now. I always tell people, the testament of an organizer is what you do when nobody's paying attention. But the testament of a movement is what you do when the world is watching. And the world is watching our country right now. There will be times when we feel discouraged. There will be times where we feel disappointed. But when those feelings overcome you, think about this moment. Think about our people. Think about our stories. And think about the people who came before us. And in my mind, I always think about the amazing Angela Davis when she said, I am no longer accepting what I cannot change. I am changing what I cannot accept. So to the people, can you accept cuts to Social Security? Can you accept cuts to Medicare and Medicaid? Can we accept the rise of right-wing authoritarians in this country? Can we accept them banning the books in our libraries? Can we accept them trying to ethnically cleanse the people from the land? Can we accept kids being mowed down in their schools? Well, it sounds like we have a lot of damn work to do. God bless you all. Let's continue to fight, and we will win. Thank you.
Please welcome MoveOn Executive Director, Rana Epting.
Hello, DC! I'm Rana and I'm with MoveOn. Who's a MoveOn member? Raise your hand. That's right, because at MoveOn we believe in the power of the people. We believe in the power of collective action, and that's what today is all about. Look, we know Trump and Musk and the Republicans have been launching an all-out flood-the-zone strategy to overwhelm us with attacks on Social Security, Medicaid, on other critical services and benefits that we've earned, on attacks on our rights and our freedoms. They want us to feel helpless. They want us to be hopeless. They want us to feel alone in our concerns. Are we alone? Are we helpless? Hell no. Are we hopeless? No, because when we come together, we are powerful, and thank you for being here today. Look, Trump and Musk, they're doing everything to consolidate their power. You know that. You know that. They're firing tens of thousands of federal employees. They're threatening to get rid of more. They're trying to eliminate the Department of Education, leaving students, parents, and teachers on the cold in favor of making their billionaire backers richer and richer. And now they're attempting to silence our neighbors in the workforce all across the country by taking away their voice on the job. Are we going to stand for that? But as we know, the working people united will never be divided, will never be defeated. And you're about to hear from some incredible leaders of unions here today. We'll be joined alongside with working people who've been directly affected at the hands of Trump and Musk. They're not just fighting for their members, they are fighting for all of us, folks. So please give a big, hearty welcome to the stage, AFL-CIO President Liz Shuler, NEA President Becky Pringle, National Nurses United President Kathy Kennedy, NFSE President Randy Irwin, and AFG President Everett Kelly, along with their members.
Wow, what a beautiful sight! Thank you so much! I'm Liz Shuler, President of the AFL-CIO, America's unions. And I'm so honored to be here with all of you and with all of our labor activists and leaders here to bring the voice of not just our 63 unions and nearly 15 million workers, but of every working person in this country. So listen, this administration wants us, they want us to think that these cuts are about a bunch of bureaucrats. That these cuts don't matter to workers and families across the country. Well, I'm up here today next to workers who are the human face of what is going on. The people who make our lives better, who serve our communities, and whose lives have been turned upside down by this administration. People like Shanice Mundell, who's standing right here next to me. An Air Force veteran, someone who served this country, and then went to work for the federal government, the Office of Personnel Management. A proud AFGE union member. She made sure people got their health care until this administration fired her. Does that make sense to anyone here? Listen, ever since this election, I keep thinking about how divided working people are. But the people I talk to every day, teachers, nurses, construction workers, engineers, sanitation workers, people with every
and died for 5,000 years. The right to learn is the most fundamental. The freedom to learn has been bought by bitter sacrifice. So whatever you might think about the curtailment of other civil rights, you must fight to the last ditch to keep open the right to learn. Those words spoken by W.E.B. Du Bois over a century ago are still true for 31 years. And I am honored to be the president of this nation's largest labor union, the National Education Association. I am joined here on stage by teachers and education support staff. And we are joined by the 3 million people who have dedicated their lives to teaching and nurturing, counseling and feeding, driving and taking care of this nation's 50 million students. And we're all here to say, hands off our public schools! The NEA has called out Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Linda McMahon, brazen attempts to... Their brazen attempts
Loved it. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. Look, we got lottery tickets. $50 a ticket. Great seats. No.
Wow.
I thought it was so fun. The music is catchy.
All right, so we need some young people.
I really liked it. Very, very good.
Looking to see where you're from.
Yeah, that's
See, the nosy person that I am. Where you from?
I'm from Red on Me.
Get the word out. A lot of us out here. We do. Yes, I can retire. Mine's just up ahead of us. You guys know what I'm at the
want to talk to us about from Reuters about how the we can walk anytime.
Yeah, this is pretty good though.
Yeah,
this is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a good vibe here.
All right, folks, we're marching 5th Avenue and then downtown. Yep. All right, folks, we're marching.
I'm gonna get this black lady. Excuse me, can we talk to you for Reuters about the protest?
Yeah.
Great, okay. You're just gonna look at me, okay?
Okay.
Ready? Great, all right. Why was it important to come out today?
I think that we need numbers. We have to show that people are in this. We're fighting for our rights. Most of us have relatives who are children. They're growing up in a society that is completely deleted up. And if we don't do anything, it's just a show of ignorance and we're being tolerant and we're not. And it's done. I mean, the guy is completely out of control. And to see this country just melt down in such a quick and just nauseating way, it's just crazy. And when you look at these folks, you know what I feel? Emotional. Because it's, you know, my friend has just said to me, he, as a kid, he was in the protests, you know, during the 60s, and he said he went to all of them and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it's, who knew? It's frightening.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask your name?
Phyllis.
Phyllis, spelled as I would think? That's spelled P-H-Y-L-L-I-S?
Yes.
Okay, can I ask your last name?
And Collins.
Sorry?
Collins.
Okay. And then, the mic's getting it. I'm trying to hear myself. Can I ask what you do in New York?
Sure.
What do you do in New York?
Oh, what do I do?
Yeah.
I'm newly retired.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
From Reuters? So yeah. Excuse me. Hi, what's up?
No, I'm just curious. Wait, I'm very interested in the demographics. There's a lot of activity. There must be someone that I know.
Oh, let's try to. Bob, hi. Can we talk to you for Reuters News about with the kids?
So thanks.
Okay. Can you hold this? I'm gonna ask this lady. Yeah, I went the wrong way. Great. All right. So you're gonna look at me. I'll hold this. Okay.
Together if you can.
Yeah.
She's better at talking than me.
I don't. I bet you're both fantastic. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Stand together. A little
Yeah. To stand together. Yeah. Yeah.
so much.
Part of the fun. Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. All right. So I'll hold this. So, you know, this is, I feel like, kind of the first sizable real demonstration of the Trump administration. Tell us how this is going for you guys.
I mean, we're so glad to be out. We are so proud to be lawyers. We are so proud we fight for the Constitution. And, you know, it's been embarrassing to see some members of our profession cave. We're not caving. Our firm is not caving. We're proud to be here representing the fact that the lawyers are the ones who are going to stand up and say, this is not right. You know, we're going to quote Cory Booker, right? It is not right and left, it is right and wrong. Our Constitution means something, and we're proud to be here for that.
Yes, this is the moral moment. I mean, to the extent that our courts are the touchstone of where Americans should be able to freely contest government action, it's important to us to stand up for independent courts and an independent judiciary. We won't be bribed by this administration.
Yeah. So, and it is. The rule of law matters, right? What does that mean? The rule of law means that when you go to court, you're going to get a fair hearing. It means that the judge will decide on the basis of your case, not on the basis of who has the most money. It means that you can count on the courts to be there for you. That's huge. That is literally the basis of our profession. So we're here for it.
Exactly.
I just have one thing to say. How dare you say that you weren't going to speak well? You were awesome. Let me ask one question though. Yeah, I understand you guys are lawyers, and what's the legal front is one of many fronts that's going on. But speak to us. We're in New York, speaking to a global audience for Reuters. What has it been like for what's going on in the legal industry that motivated you guys to come out here today?
I'm going to take Amanda's sign. We took an oath, right? That's literally part of becoming a lawyer. Is you say an oath. I am going to defend the U.S. Constitution. That's what I do. And so to see people back down from a fight, but again, we're litigators. We fight. That is what we get paid to do. And to see people back down has been so disappointing.
And especially being in New York, which is the heartstone of so many big firms, small firms, litigation boutiques, corporate firms, this is where we should be standing up. And so that's why it was important to us to come out today, here especially.
Great. Can I just give your names?
Sure. My name's Amanda Wong.
How do you spell that?
AMANDAWONG.
Okay.
You're going to laugh at mine. I'm Nora Nijelski-Eichner. NORA-NIEDZIELSKI-EICHNER.
No, my last name's 10 letters, so I feel your pain.
You feel it, yes.
So you guys are New York lawyers, right?
We're New York lawyers.
Anything else you want to identify yourselves with?
No, I think New York lawyers probably covers
Cool.
it.
All right, well, thank you. Just get a wide shot of these guys with their hands, with their signs. Thank you.
Thank you guys for covering.
Thank you for reporting also.
I have to say, I have a family in Ohio. I was there. They had a 5-block wide march in Columbus, Ohio. Did not get covered.
Months ago, like a month ago.
Yes, it was stunning. And like my relatives were like, oh yeah, we were there. People were literally pulling their cars over and hopping out. Couldn't find on the news anywhere. So I'm so glad you guys are here.
Thank you guys for
I had to walk 1 block. All right, let's walk a little bit, but we're in good shape for bites. All right.
Also, like all the logo on here has
You want umbrella? You're good?
Yeah, no.
I think we can.
Joel got arrested in a protest. It's like, and?
Yeah, give me your start point, right?
It's back. You have to stress from the microphone camera.
Yeah, it is cold.
Yeah, sure.
Resist fast.
Man, that's good. On the other side, I'm going to write fuck Trump, but I'll leave it close. Thank you. All right.
Donald Trump has got to go. Hey, hey. Donald Trump. Donald Trump has got to go.
I know the Vatican, but yes, we democracy.
lost you, Hey, I think I lost you,
Themselves, and that is an attack on LGE. But let me tell you something, it's not just an attack on LGE, but it's an attack on all of us. Because if he is able to deny our members their rights under the law, guess what? He won't stop there, because you're next. He'll deny your rights. And that's their hope. That's their plan. But they thought it was easy. They thought we were easy targets. But let me tell you something about union members and veterans. We will not be intimidated. I'm a veteran myself. I'm an older veteran. We will not be silenced. We will not bow down. We'll stand up and say, hands off our union.
Would you mind if I ask you a couple questions?
No, go ahead.
So we'll stand off to the side for that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You can just look at me for the interview.
Okay.
First, what's your first and last name?
My first name is Deidre.
How do you spell that?
Deidra. Do I have to give my last name?
If you don't mind.
It's okay.
Decline to provide last name. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
What do you do for a living?
I am a retired band director.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
What? You probably play multiple instruments.
Yes,
don't you?
multiple instruments, definitely. My major instrument was bassoon in college. Yeah.
My cousin went to UConn and did their music program and then music education.
Okay.
In fact, both of them, they're twins.
Mm-hmm.
They both did music. One did education, one did business. So one's teaching, is it like elementary school music right now?
Yeah, they're like general music probably, or choral music, you know.
Yeah. And the other one's in a band right now, so he's playing around
good.
the country. So.
Good. Yeah, probably making more money than the music teacher. Just saying.
Maybe. Well, his side job was at a record label, but the record label was acquired and they all got let go. So.
Oh.
Yeah. It's rough.
Thanks. Yeah.
Anyway, Deidre, what brings you out to protest here today?
I'm really concerned about the state of our country, our democracy, really the state of the world. And my ancestors gave too much. My parents, my grandparents, great-grandparents, and everyone before gave too much, broke too much ground for me and people like me, just to let this go. So I'm not going to go down without a fight.
And is there one particular issue that has affected you so far, or that you're most concerned about, seeing the changes in this government?
To be honest, I think the thing that hurts me most personally is now that I'm pretty much retired, Social Security, whatever in the world they're trying to do. Well, I know they're trying to destroy it. watching my 403B evaporate in the last 2 days. And it's pretty hurtful to see minority history just being erased. It's pretty sickening. So I want to do my part.
Thank you, Deidre.
Yeah, thank you.
You live here in D.C. or live elsewhere?
I live in Vienna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Are you local or?
I used to be. I lived here for 8 years, and then in 2020 I moved to California.
Oh, okay.
So I've been to Oakland, and then I'm in town. We had some training this week, and then because our staff's been so busy, really 8 months, but more recently that too.
Not getting any sleep.
Right.
Yeah.
So I volunteered to help out a little bit extra, so states in the country protest, court cases, the whole nine yards.
Well, I'm glad that you're able to still keep doing this. You know, so will I be able to hear or see?
It is kind of a roll of the dice. We put out a video that's got like B-roll of signs, and protesters, and sound bites, and then if you work for the BBC, you can download that video and use it in your their broadcast. So we've got a roll of the dice. We never know where it'll end up.
Yeah.
Even some of our video ends up on Reuters.com. All that.
Yeah.
We have like a separate producer, a separate cast in New York. He's like taking all this video as it comes in, and trying to get the best from our all around the country to put a good, well-rounded piece.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep it up.
Have a good one.
I'm going to say that Tommy Martin for about.
Are you professional or is this?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it going to be on TV? Is there a reason that they are not reporting these things?
No. We've got 3 cameramen here. We're at most of these protests. Yesterday I was at the federal courthouse in Maryland where the judge told the Department of Justice that they had to bring back the gentleman who was deported by accident. So we're here and we're covering it for Reuters. I can't speak for other news outlets.
Just as a question, was there a time? They said 12 to 2 and it's 1:30 now.
Yeah, I saw 12 to 2. There was like some pre-show programming on stage from 11 to 12.
Oh, okay. But we were here at 11:30. There wasn't anything.
We were waiting for speakers. You don't know how many there are, do you?
The list, actually.
No, how many people?
Oh, people, no. We avoid making crowd estimates because
does the parks do that?
Authorities, police sometimes, but not always.
Thank you.
It's tough to get an accurate figure because people have different methods.
Mega people just walk by.
Oh, really?
They often
Oh, yeah. The hat.
Anyway, thank you for talking to us.
Hey, Tom. Oh, sorry. I will,
Did you see a sign that said that?
No, I'll get a link close to this.
To your left.
Not on the same sidewalk as the pencil.
Cool. Yep. Bye-bye.
Go ahead.
you comfortable up there? You good?
Yeah. In a few minutes, we can like walk and change another vantage point.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. I'm going to try to figure out from DC what the plan.
Yeah. Okay. What's the plan? That just headed down Fifth Avenue?
You're going to go to Madison Square Park, I believe. Protest. It's a pretty good shot to get.
Yeah, it's true.
It's a good vantage point.
Madison Square Park. 23rd and 5th. 28th. What about it? Do you think there'll be speeches at the park?
My God.
There's so many people.
Where were they?
Tom, how many would you estimate? I'm shocked by this turnout. 30,000.
It is a marathon. Long before any of us were born, long before the movement, before they thought that they could seize control, this battle was set in motion. It was set in motion by the brave people who had long fought and died for a better America. It's our turn to carry that torch, and we will do that with honor. And we are armed with the lessons of their struggles, the victories they won, and the unwavering belief that America can always become better. The fight for freedom, equality, and justice has never been easy, but it has always been worth it. And in that spirit, we rise together with all of these amazing organizations as not just a movement, but a coalition under one simple truth. This is our civil rights moment. This is our call to action. It is our power. It is our voice. It is the essence of who we are and who we've always been. A people who will be damned if we are silenced. They will never break us. They will never steal our future. We are the movement, and with hope and faith, we are unstoppable. We must and we will save ourselves. Because reality check, no one is coming to save us. We the people will never stop fighting for the country we deserve. You are, I am, we are all 50-51. Before I go, I do this at a lot of different protests, and I did this when we lost Amendment 4 in Florida, which was abortion rights ballot initiative. I want you to turn to the person next to you, and I want you to say, you are loved. You are resilient. And you are important. We have a long road ahead of us, so remember, joy is resistance, hope is resistance, self-care is resistance, we are the resistance. And I have one message to the administration. They America first. I say go to the airport because America is right here and we're knocking at your door. Thank you.
Please welcome Executive Director Sarah Hadousti, Win Without War.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah Hadousti. I am the Executive Director of Win Without War, a movement 200,000 strong across the country. I'm here today to tell Elon Musk to keep their hands off our families. Donald Trump tried to tear my family apart. When the Muslim ban first came down, I was pregnant with my first child and terrified that my mother would not be allowed in the country because she, like me, simply happened to be born in Iran. And I want to say thank you to every single person who showed up today, because it was because of protests just like this, as well as legal action from our movement, that my family was okay. That said, there are so many others who are not. Because Donald Trump wants us to believe that families like mine and families like yours should have to suffer, be separated, or even die because of his warped notions of national security. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Mahmoud Khalil was abducted in front of his wife, who was 8 months pregnant, and shipped up to Louisiana because of his free speech. Donald Trump claimed that it was because of national security that Romania that it was because of national security that immigrants are being arrested and shipped off to mega prisons in El Salvador run by an autocrat, and one of the people he shipped off was Kilmar Abreu Garcia, a dad who lived down the road in Maryland who came here to flee gang violence. Donald Trump tells us it's a matter of national security that Bibi Netanyahu ripped up the ceasefire and is now back to slaughtering and wiping out whole families in Gaza. Now let me be very clear. Not a single person here is more safe when parents in Gaza have to dig with their bare hands through rubble, hoping that their kids are alive. Not a single person here is more safe because the families who lost loved ones and had lost Hamas during the horrific October 7th are still waiting to have their loved ones come home. When Donald Trump cozies up to dictators like Putin, when he takes away critical HIV treatment from so many in need, when he lets food rot in warehouses instead of giving them to people, he makes every single one of us less sick. I am here today to say hands off our families. Hands off our students. Hands off our neighbors. Hands off aid. And hands off Gaza. I want you all to remember that from South Korea to Brazil, we have seen time and time again the power of movements just like this one and their success in pushing back against right-wing coups and authoritarianism. And that is what we are here doing today, and that is what we will keep doing until we win. And I am so grateful to be here with you as we get it done. Thank you.
Please welcome Kyle Lewis, Vote Vets.
Oh my gosh, you guys look fantastic. I wish you could see this. Great work on the signs too. You guys did a fantastic job. You showed out today. Hey, so it's great to be here. There's so many of you beautiful, smiling people. My bad. My name is Kyle Lewis, and I'm here with Vote Vets, the first and largest organization for progressive veterans in this country. I'm a veteran, a father, a Medicare beneficiary, and a stage 4 cancer thriver. So 5 years ago, I was diagnosed with an aggressive stage 4 cancer, and I was told I just had weeks to live. My doctors recommended I begin an innovative immunotherapy treatment. This treatment involved experimental drugs, which were part of a clinical trial funded by NIH through Johns Hopkins Hospital. Absolutely, shout out NIH. You did hear me say "were" there. I use the past tense because that's no longer the case. The counterfeit king and his jackass jester have taken their chainsaw to NIH funding and jobs. They've hacked apart the Department of Veterans Affairs, disrupting vital health care to veterans like myself. And they've shamefully fired critical health workers. They've wantonly slashed money for clinical trials and other crucial medical and scientific work which leads to breakthroughs like the drugs that saved my life, drugs that in many cases are no longer available. My life and the lives of millions of Americans with cancer and other life-threatening diseases are now at even greater risk. The lives and well-being of veterans are at risk. All of this is the greed and inhumanity of a tiny number of obscenely rich billionaires. Absolutely. They want to fleece the people's government, our government, and seize more money for themselves. And make no mistake, these are our tax dollars. This is our money. These are our services. I was and remain extremely lucky to be here. That clinical trial and those drugs saved my life, and they're the only reason I'm standing up here speaking to you today. They're the only reason my young children got more time with their dad. If I received my original diagnosis today, I wouldn't be so lucky. If my cancer comes roaring back, and the available data suggests that it will, I won't be so lucky. All across our United States, we have family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers who have suffered through cancer and other deadly diseases. We know veterans who depend on VA healthcare. Our lives are now at greater risk because my life-saving treatment and others just like it have been destroyed by this administration. Funding for medical and scientific research is a core government function. It will not and cannot be replaced by private companies. We've seen what happens when we do that. We get the Sacklers and the opioid crisis. We get skyrocketing insulin prices. We get Martin Shkreli and unattainable HIV treatment costs. I did not vote for the felonious Pharaoh, and no one voted for his wannabe Willy Wonka, both of whom are destroying our livelihood. To them we say, hands off medical research. Hands off science. Hands off Veterans Affairs. Hands off Medicare and Medicaid. And hands off our services. Thank you so much for being out here today. You guys look beautiful. I love all the signage. And remember, this is what resistance looks like. Like the man said, somebody got to do it.
Please welcome Representative Catherine Clark.
Oh, it is such a beautiful sight to see over 100,000 patriots. So after we're in the House, and I count the votes and make sure that we stay unified. And I want to tell you, you are putting on one hell of a whip operation here. You are not just saying hands off. You're not just standing up for your family and your community. You are the patriots standing up for our country. This is all about all of us versus the billionaire class and the politicians that they have purchased. This is about a Republican Party that has not betrayed just you, but the very people who voted for them. So we say to them, hands off our Social Security. Hands off our Medicaid. Hands off our public schools. Hands off our child care. Hands off our science and research. Hands off our veterans benefits. over democracy. And we're here to tell you, we're not going to stand for it. What we're going to do is stand together against the lies they're telling us every single day. Against the fascist lie that our bodies are not our own. That non-white means non-qualified. That billionaires are worthy of dignity more than working families. The lie that our children should go to school hungry and that our seniors should die in poverty. So these have been desperate times, and we can get full of despair. That's the strategy. But I'll tell you, look around. Our power lies in our number. So we're going to keep up the fight, and we are going to build a future that is worthy of our children. Thank you for being here.
Please welcome Co-President Rob Weissman, Executive Chair Norm Eisen, State Democracy Defenders Action, National Campaigns Director Anu Joshi from ACLU.
Hey y'all, we are the litigators! With our big coalition of hundreds of democracy and civil society groups, labor and federal employees, and ordinary folks like the over 100,000 of you! Seattle to New York and New Hampshire. And we and our coalition have won. More than 50 court orders stopping Trump and Musk and their cronies. The judges have been Democratic appointees and Republican appointees and independents. And do you know what they have said? Hands off my Constitution! Let's join them and let's say it loud so they can hear us over in the White House. Are you ready? Hands off my Constitution! Good. I was going to ask you all to do it a second time, but I think they heard you. We have won those cases by working together as a coalition, all the thousands of us. I love you too. My organization, State Democracy Defenders Fund, went to court to stop Musk and Doge on the very first day, the very first case brought with Rob and his colleagues at Public Citizen. We went to court with Anu and the ACLU and her colleagues and brought the very first case on January 20th saying, Donald Trump, you can't choose which babies born in this country are citizens and which not. The Constitution made that choice. And since then we won that and dozens more the coalition did. And you know what? Trump and Musk can't stand all that losing. That's why. Yes, they hate it. That's why they're lashing out at all the lawyers and the law firms. Shoot, they're lashing out at me. Donald Trump has removed my security clearance 3 times. 3 times. I don't know if it's a mental capacity thing and he just forgets that he did it, or if he takes it away and then when he loses again, he says, turn it back on. so I can feel better about all the losing. Hanu, what do you think?
How are we feeling? My name is Anu Joshi and I am with the American Civil Liberties Union. In the just over 2 months since Inauguration Day, the ACLU has filed over 30 lawsuits against the Trump administration for their extreme, cruel, and illegal actions. And we are winning, and we are not slowing down. But the truth is, while fighting and winning in court is important, we all know it's not nearly enough. We need the power of the people. And together, we must demand that our members of Congress and our governors and our mayors and big law and university presidents and CEOs get in these damn streets with us. They need to show us that they will not capitulate to the Trump administration's threats. The Trump administration's attacks on our right to dissent are the biggest threat to the First Amendment since the Red Scare. The unconscionable and unconstitutional arrest of international students and scholars should alarm every one of us. ICE has illegally snatched people from their homes and neighborhoods, threatened their legal status, and sent them across the country with no notice to their loved ones or their lawyers. In direct retaliation for constitutionally protected speech. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. That's not my opinion, that is central to the Constitution. One of those students that was rounded up is our client, Rumyesa Oster, a Tufts University student who is illegally accosted and arrested outside of her home by plainclothes federal agents and then sent over 1,000 miles away to a for-profit private prison in Louisiana. And all of this terror inflicted because she co-wrote an op-ed for her student newspaper. That's why the ACLU of Massachusetts, CLEAR, and Massachusetts are standing with Rumyesa in court in defense of her First Amendment rights. The government cannot punish us because they don't like what we say. I want to end with a statement from Rumyesa that she shared with her legal team earlier this week. I am a PhD student working with children and youth. We know that injustice in the world and systemic brutality towards people of color has long-lasting negative effects on children, youth, and other communities. Writing is one of the most peaceful ways of addressing systemic inequality. Efforts to target me because of my op-ed in the Tufts Daily calling for the equal dignity and humanity of all people will not deter me from my commitment to advocate for the rights of youth and children. And we cannot let it deter us from fighting for the future of this country.
Friends, I'm Rob Weissman with Public Citizen. As you have heard today, and as you know, we are living under the most lawless, constitution-trampling administration in American history.
And so there's nothing more immediately urgent than for us to go to court and beat Trump again and again and again over his illegal and unconstitutional actions. And we have to do it because it's not just about a Schoolhouse Rock moment. It's because people's lives are at stake. It is his illegal actions that are causing a humanitarian disaster around the world. So people are going to die from malaria and TB and preventable disease for no reason. It is his illegal action that is paving the way for financial fraudsters, for credit card scams and big banks to rip us off. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions that are rolling back the rules that give us clean air. It is his illegal and unconstitutional action which is racing us towards climate catastrophe. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which are rolling back core racial justice programs. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which are stripping away our free speech rights. It is his illegal and unconstitutional actions which threaten this nation's labor movement and the right of workers and the federal government and elsewhere to organize collectively. So we have to go to court and we have to keep beating him, and we're going to do that. But let me tell you this, we are not going to win all the time. We are going to lose cases that we should win. We're going to lose cases that we should win. And if we won every single case we brought, it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough to roll back this authoritarian steamroller we're facing. There's only one thing. There's only one thing that's enough to face down this authoritarian moment. And that is this movement here today. That is us here, more than 100,000 of us here right now, more than 1 million of us across the country, more people watching online, people who can't join us there, joining together. So it's together we say when they come after our Social Security, as a movement we say, hands off! When they come after our Medicare as a movement, we say, hands off! When they come after our free speech rights as a movement, we say, hands off! When they come after our labor unions as a movement, we say, hands off! When they come after our democracy as a movement, we say, hands off! That's how we're going to win. Hands off. Hands off to Musk. Hands off to Trump. Hands off to authoritarianism. But hands open to each other, my friends. Hands open and embracing each other. And hands together in solidarity. Hands together in love. Hands together in community. Hands together in empathy. That's how we beat autocracy. That's how we beat oligarchy. That's how we beat Trump. That's how we send us back where we belong. That's how we rescue our democracy. Together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together, hands together.
Please welcome Interim Executive Director Portia Allen Kyle, Color of Change.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Portia Allen Kyle, and I have the honor of leading Color of Change. We're a civil rights and racial justice organization fueled by millions of members across the country just like y'all who have showed out today to hold corporations, to hold our government accountable to take action on solutions for us. happened here under different circumstances, but 100,000 plus people here and millions of folks across the country coming together to stand up for our future is a beautiful thing. Because there is a lot to celebrate about a future that we are fighting for. We're here to tell those in power to take their hands off our future, their hands off our economic vitality, to take their hands off our democracy. And we've seen what they're willing to do in this fight. They're willing to rob our families of stability and opportunity, all to protect the interests of the wealthy and the well-connected. They're willing to steal the dignity of our elders by plundering Social Security, treating a lifetime of hard work as expendable and disposable. They're willing to gut the jobs of government workers who keep our communities running and keep our communities safe, just to consolidate power and profit. And this is just the latest chapter in a story in a long history designed to strip Black communities, Indigenous communities, Latino communities, queer communities, and our disabled brothers and sisters from our power, our purpose, and our possibility. But they can't. And we won't let them. The goal of this administration's agenda is predicated on anti-Blackness and a neo-segregationist agenda and approach that is seeking to erase us and erase our history. And while they seek to break us to embolden themselves, I'm reminded of the words of Alice Walker, prolific writer, Black womanist thought leader, who said there are those who believe that Black people possess the secret of joy, and that it is this that will sustain them through any spiritual or moral or physical devastation. And as a Black woman who has experienced the cruelties and injustices of this world, but who will not let it break me, I know her words are correct. She says resistance is the secret of joy. And that's something I want everyone here to remember today, because there's something that is viscerally satisfying when we say absolutely the fuck not. We must remember to find joy even in the darkest of times, because our joy is resilience. Our joy is defiance. Our joy is the sustenance that keeps us fighting for freedom and justice. And that joy and that motivation will take us a lot further than the hate that fuels them. Because this isn't the first time that segregationists, bigots, and the privileged wealthy elite have tried to steal our joy. And so shout out to all of us that work for a living. Shout out to all of us that know adversity, that have experienced it throughout history, and yet have found joy. Found joy in community. Found joy in togetherness. Found joy in the collective imagination and fighting for a just and equitable world that we just haven't experienced yet. And as always, it will be Black communities, communities of color, queer people, disabled folk, and our allies who are on the front lines fighting for our freedoms. And so we tell people in power, hands off. Let the words, let the community, let the joy to be found today sustain you, nourish you in the coming days, months, and years fighting this terror. But it can't storm forever. Remember that joy is the lifeblood of resistance and defiance in the face of evil. That dancing, creating, and I see the signs, I know y'all are creating. That marching, that protesting, that standing up against this neo-segregationist tyranny and authoritarianism, that we will continue to say hands off, that we will continue to find joy in the resistance, and we will resist with joy. Thank you.
Please welcome Gabriel Eaton, Planned Parenthood.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Gabe, and I'm from La Crosse, Wisconsin. That's the Wisconsin where the richest person in the world spent millions of dollars trying to buy a state Supreme Court seat, and he failed! Can I hear it for all the Wisconsinites defending democracy? Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm Black. I'm Filipino-Japanese, second generation. I'm a disabled trans man. But I'm also a Medicaid patient. I'm also a person who uses food stamps. I'm also a person who has been through houselessness in this country. I am also a person who has gone through substance use and addiction. And most of all, I am a patient of Planned Parenthood. I am everything that Donald Trump and Elon Musk want to erase. I am everything they want to silence. With every executive order, with every safety net they slash, every hateful word they say, they want me to go away. So in case they're listening down the street, which I doubt they are, hello, I'm here. I exist! We as people all exist! But they do keep trying. Every day there's something new to be pissed / terrified / heartbroken about. Last week, Donald Trump and Elon Musk came after an organization near and dear to my heart, Planned Parenthood. Show of hands, how many of you have been to a Planned Parenthood for care? Or has had a neighbor or loved one go? I love you all, thank you. I'm not at all surprised nor shocked, because 1 in 4 people have been to Planned Parenthood. It's for our communities and for our neighbors. I've been a Planned Parenthood patient many times over, for an IUD and birth control, for life-saving HIV protection through PrEP, for testosterone, for an overabundance of condoms and safer sex materials, for letters of support for my top surgery. Planned Parenthood has our backs. I've always had Planned Parenthood's back, but I'm now here to support and show my love for this organization. And I'm also here to tell you what you need to do. You need to call your members of Congress. You need to call your local politicians. Tell them to protect Planned Parenthood patients by any means necessary. This isn't an ask, this is a tell. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell anybody who will listen to you. Tell them to keep their hands off of our health care. Hands off our health care. Hands off our health care. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Hands off our bodies. Tell the billionaires down the street that want to tell us what we can do with our bodies and our lives. Tell them to fuck off! Tell them we deserve better! And that's why I'm here today. To remind them that they cannot take away our rights. They cannot take away who I am. Because I won't let them. We won't let them. We won't let them. Because one more thing about me is I've been coming out to protests and demonstrations from when I was a little kid for Prop 8 in California, when my rights were forged. I've used my voice to fight for my neighbors in my community. This is who I am. This is who we are. And I know there's always something that you and I can do to fight back. We can volunteer. We can knock doors for the election like I did. We can call our members of Congress and our local politicians to tell them to take their hands off of our health care. You can share your story with anybody who will listen. Please. Tell anyone who will listen, anyone who cares, anyone who will give you the time of day why this matters to you. There are hundreds upon thousands of us, and we are not going away. We will not be erased. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Director, Kaya Chatterjee, Free DC.
You all look so beautiful out there. Give yourselves a round of applause. My name is Kaya Chatterjee. I'm the Executive Director of Free DC, and I'm here because I know that everyone here agrees that DC deserves better than what we're getting right now. DC deserves to manage and run and have our own budget. DC deserves to have our own laws. DC deserves to have elected officials that represent us, the people of DC, and our interests, people who we elected to represent our interests. And DC deserves to maintain our status as a sanctuary city. There's nobody who should be able to take that away from us, because that is what we voted for here in DC. Now, this administration is attempting a power grab in so many ways, but it's also attempting a power grab over the people of DC and DC communities. And it is up to us, it is up to all of us to stop them. Whether or not you live in DC, it is up to us. We have to stop them, because when we talk about DC, we are talking about more than just any old city. We are talking about the capital city of this country. And for a leader like this one that lives in that house behind you all, they are consolidating power so fast. They are trying to control the capital city. That is how they want to stifle us. It's how they want to stifle protests like this. It's how they want to stifle dissent. And that's really dangerous to let them come after DC, the capital. This president is following an authoritarian playbook. He's doing the things that authoritarians have done throughout history to concentrate power and to break down democracy. We've seen him, right? Dismantling federal agencies. Anyone seen that? Retaliating against critics? Allowing some people who he likes to operate above the law? This is what authoritarians do, and we cannot let him take over our capital. It is up to all of us to stop them. And here in DC, we are uniquely powerful. It has always, in every country where we've seen people rise up against authoritarianism, it has always been people in the capital city who rise up. And Free DC is here to build the movement that it will take to make it clear that we, all of us, inside, outside DC, we will not comply. I know that we can do this because, unlike the president, I know the people of DC. And some of you heard this morning the go-go beats that we danced to. We saw some of our students up here this morning, our beautiful students who are brilliant. And we know that our neighbors are connected to each other and in communities that loved each other. Those are the things that make it impossible for a leader to oppress people. Those communities, those relationships, that beauty, that creativity. So we heard just a few minutes ago a lot about the importance of joy. I want to ask you all to say it with me, to be a part of this movement for joy. Because we are going to need to push back. Here in DC, about 3 weeks ago, we did something pretty unprecedented. We flooded 100 Senate offices at once. And we actually, so we didn't get them to save democracy because they didn't have the sign for that, but we did get them to actually pass a standalone bill that let us use our own local dollars in DC. They tried to take that away from us. But now that bill is in front of the House of Representatives, and the people, you're about to hear from some people who support us in allowing us to use our own dollars. But unfortunately, we're going to have to push for this. So I want to invite everyone here to join us on Monday morning. We're going to be up at the Capitol at Spirit of Justice Park. You can go to our website, 3dcproject.org, and figure out how to join us. Join us in forcing this government to let us have our own local dollars. This is part of protecting DC, this is part of protecting the Capitol, and this is part of protecting democracy. And protecting our own sanity and our community is part of that too. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of our priorities and our ethos at Free DC, and I want you to repeat after me. I will prioritize joy. I can see you doing it right now. I can see the smiles. I will take up space. I see you doing it right now. 100,000 of you taking up our thing. And I will organize my community. Thank you so much. That's what it's going to take to have a free DC. I'm going to say free. You say DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. Free? DC. I'm going to say DC. You say statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. DC? Statehood. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Representatives Beyer, Omar, Green, Simon, Swalwell.
What Donald Trump is doing to our country. Donald Trump says he wants to make America great again, but he's making America the 1930s again. Herbert Hoover gave us the crash of 1929. Donald Trump gave us the stock market crash of 2025. Herbert Hoover gave us Smoot-Hawley in the Great Depression. Donald Trump has given us the largest tariffs ever in American history, a plunge in consumer confidence, and he's destroying our economy. The Great Depression, 1930s, gave us 25% unemployment. Elon Musk has already fired hundreds of thousands of people, government, federal employees, contractors. Lee Zeldin's gutted the EPA. They had no EPA in the 1930s. They had the Dust Bowl. Donald Trump is cutting the CDC. They had no CDC. Instead, millions of people died from polio, from measles, from tuberculosis. Donald Trump's gutted the NIH. In the 1930s, cancer was a death sentence. And then there's the Department of Education, and they fired half the people. All of their civil rights organizations. They had no Department of Education civil rights, and all of our schools were separate but equal. And then there's diversity. In the 1930s, if you were Jewish American or Black American, you were denied neighborhoods, jobs, society, education. Women could be secretaries, teachers, and nurses if they were unmarried. And if you were gay or lesbian or trans, you led a life of complete secrecy and repression. We are not going back. We will be fearless, relentless, angry, smart, and we will be tireless. My favorite wisdom is all life asks of us is that we live it with courage. So let me give you one of the most courageous members of Congress, my friend Ilhan Omar from Venezuela.
Introduction. Hello,
thing. No matter who you are, Elon Musk and Donald Trump and corrupt congressional Republicans are coming for you. If you are a mother struggling to put food on the table, they are coming for you. If you have elderly parents that you are trying to put in a nursing home, they are coming for you. If you are a senior relying on Social Security, they are coming for you. If you have disabled children and you're trying to make sure they have access to education, by cutting the education department, they're coming for you. So they want you to believe. They want you to believe, to look at your neighbor as the enemy. They want you to believe that it is because of trans kids that you can't have the necessary access to the programs we already paid for. They want you to think it is okay to snatch people in the middle of the night and disappear them. They want to take away our pride as Americans in the Constitution and due process by putting people in foreign prisons in a dark hole. They want to crash the economy so that they can set up a process of punishment and reward. So they can grab more power for who will bend the knee and give them access. None of this is normal. So if you want a country that has the marvelous Constitution we have to fight for it. If you want a country that still believes in due process, we have to fight for it. If you believe in a country where we take care of our neighbors, look after the poor, and make sure our children have a future they can believe in, we have to fight for it. So are you ready to fight? Are you ready to fight? Let's go fight and win. And with that, it is my honor to introduce Representative Simon of California.
Hey, good people. So I've been in the United States Congress for about 3 months. I was sworn in on January 3rd with my colleagues to do one thing, is to fight like hell against tyranny. You elected members of Congress to stand with the backbone 10 toes down, to fight and to win for the little girl right now who is in cancer treatment, who her parents are praying every minute for a cure, to be met by an administration who refuses to fund cancer research. You elected members to fight like hell and to deny their vote to a slimy administration who has proved time and time again that their cruelness is beyond no end. You elected us to adhere not only to the Constitution, but the promise of the framers, the Hebrew text and the New Testament, the Quran and the words of the Baha'i, and every single religion that surrounds this great nation. Isaiah 10, verse 1 and 2. It's clear. The Hebrew Bible is clear. Woe who injects false and cruel laws that makes the fatherless poor. Woe who is those who inject false narratives that ensures that the widows have nothing. I tell you one thing here, as a new member of Congress and as an organizer, disabled child. I want you to know, despite this administration's promise to end rights for people with disability, regardless of this administration's aim to stomp on the backs of our elderly, regardless of this administration's promise to end inclusivity and to throw out our children, not only, brothers and sisters and siblings, will we fight, we will use the strategic force of this body and the 2 million strong that are out in the streets today to win. At every city hall, at every governor's office, and yes, right here in the White House, our lives depend on it. Not only are we going back, we are going north. We will win because evil will never prevail. Let's keep fighting. And I want to introduce my brother, Congresswoman. By the way, thank you so much, Congresswoman. Congressman Eric Swalwell.
This is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like. This is what it looks like. We've seen a lot of people cave to fascism in America. We're not. We've seen the CEOs cave. Will you cave? We've seen the law firms cave. Will you cave? We've seen the colleges cave. Will you cave? We can't cave. My name's Eric Swalwell. I'm the son of a cop, a mom who was a baker, and I went to college as the first in the family on a soccer scholarship. And before every big game, before every season, the coach would tell us, I want you to close your eyes and think about what does that last moment of the game look like. And I want you to think as we begin this season of democracy, what does the last moment of this march look like? We win! That's what it looks like. It's justice. It's redemption. It's accountability. And it's renewal. Because as you stand here right now, we have gone from a Trump slump to a Trump train wreck. We are going into a red recession. Our 401ks are 201ks. Our costs at Walmart and Home Depot and Target, where 4 out of 5 of the things we buy are from overseas, are going up. And where is Donald Trump? He's golfing. So to Donald Trump I say, get your ass off the golf course and face the people. America first. It's Trump first. This guy is a con. Trump Bibles, made in China. Trump sneakers, made in China. The Trump shitcoin, made on a computer made in China. And he's not just disappearing people, he's disappearing rights. And to that we say, disappear, we're still here. Our veterans, we're still here. We're still here. We're still here. That's right. He didn't want us to disappear our veterans and women and hardworking immigrants and our seniors and our kids and the sick. We're still here. So you are asking us, what is the plan? And I'll tell you this, we are not going to give a single vote to fascism inside the Congress because we know you're fighting outside the Congress. And so small victories will bring us big victories. We had a victory last Tuesday in Wisconsin. Thank you. We need a victory later this year in New Jersey and Virginia in the governor's race. And then we're going to march all the way to the midterm, and we're going to win on November 4th, and we're going to cut
and hell in half. So what my colleagues and I want to ask you, because just about a mile from here on January 6, 2021, we saw the bravest police officers. They showed up and they defended our democracy. And you don't have to put on body armor. You don't have to take a stun gun to your neck or a Confederate flag to your head. You don't have to suffer a heart attack or a stroke or traumatic brain injury, as we saw from Officer Mike Fanone or Harry Dunn or Danny Hodges or Sergeant Cannell and so many others. But if you show up with the same integrity and the same passion and the same vigor and love for our country that they showed, we will win. So April 5, this day, April 5, will be the day that America came alive. And when I am asked on November 4, 2026, when we win the midterms, how did you know? How were you so confident that we were going to win? I'm going to tell them. Because on April 5, I stood in front of a monument to freedom with people from all over the country, with people who worked so hard and dreamed so big, and they said, we're not going to be fucked with. Thank you. And now, it's my honor to have us close out the congressional speakers to introduce to you someone who has been censured but is not silenced, Congressman Al Green.
I am proud to be here today with my colleagues, all of whom are liberated Democrats. Let's hear it for these liberated Democrats. All of whom are unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. Unafraid to stand up for the many seniors that are among us. We have seniors that are among us. Unafraid to say to Donald John Trump, hands off Medicaid and Medicare, it belongs to our seniors. Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme. It is a part of the American dream that belongs to our seniors. And we have to tell President Trump that Canada is not going to become the 51st state. Russia invaded Ukraine. Greenland is not for sale. And he also needs to know, dear friends, that Gaza is not going to become a resort. Gaza is not going to become a resort. There must be a home for the Palestinian people. There must be. And I'm here to speak from my heart. This message is from my heart. It's not from my head. This is my heart. I want you to know something. I carry this cane because there are people who don't like me. They don't like my cane. But I carry this cane because after having celebrated my 25th birthday 3 times, 2 years into my 4th 25th, I carry this cane. And I carry this cane because I believe in the 23rd Psalm. That portion that reads, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, because my rod and my staff comforts me." This is my comforter. This is my comforter. And I want you to know that I'm going to take this staff of truth, and I'm going to take this rod, and I want President Trump to know that he's not going to have a 3rd term. There will be no 3rd term. 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 But more important than this, dear brothers and sisters, and I say brothers and sisters because there really is but one race, and that's the human race. Yeah, we're all related. We're all related. And L.S.D. Leakey, a noted anthropologist and paleontologist, reminds us that all of human life can be traced back to a single African woman. So if we're not brothers and sisters, we're at least cousins. So dear cousins, hear this message for Donald Trump, for President Trump. This is more important. I want President Trump to know that I will use my staff of freedom to bring forth, proudly bring forth, a message that should say to him, he may not finish this term. He may not finish this term. He may not finish this term. He may not finish. He may not finish this term. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Here's why. Because you are now sowing the seeds that can lead to a Congress being elected that will have the courage to not only have articles of impeachment filed, but to impeach him a 3rd time. Impeach him a 3rd time. A 3rd time. And the Senate, we need a Senate that will convict him this time. And I want you to know from my heart, I understand that he is a Goliath. He is a Goliath. He has control of the generals and the military. He has control of the Justice Department. He has control of the Republican Party. But my friends, for every Goliath, there is a David. There's a David. These are your Davids. There's a David. And I want you to know, Mr. President, this David is going to bring articles of impeachment against you within the next 30 days. Within the next 30 days. I'm bringing articles of impeachment. I'm coming for you, Mr. President. This David is coming for you. You don't deserve the office you hold. You can't be entrusted with liberty and justice for all. You can't be entrusted with government of the people, by the people, for the people. I'm coming for you. I'm your David. God bless you. Please welcome to the stage Co-Executive Directors Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levin. Indivisible.
Co-Executive Director.
We represent a movement of thousands of local indivisible groups around the country. People who decided that politics and our democracy are too important to be left up to the politicians who raised their hand and said, I gotta do something. And if that sounds like you, I bet there's a group near you that could use a few new organizers. Now, I want to be so clear about why we are here today. Over the last 3 months, Donald Trump has handed the federal government, the awesome powers of the federal government, over to the richest man in the world. And the richest man in the world has decided that you don't deserve clean drinking water. The richest man in the world has decided that your kids don't deserve good schools and special education. The richest man in the world has decided that our veterans don't deserve services and your grandma does not deserve fuel to heat her home. The richest man in the world is coming for our Medicare and our Social Security. The richest man in the world is firing the people who protect our workers' rights, who protect our civil rights, who protect our public lands and national parks, who research the cancer and the Alzheimer's and the diabetes cures that we and our loved ones depend on. And they're doing it all. They are doing this all so that they can fund their next round of giveaways to their fellow billionaire buddies. So that Donald Trump and Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk can have another yacht and another fat tax cut. And they know that this is not popular. They know that the vast majority of Americans do not want this. That is why they are attacking our democracy to cement their own power. They are attacking our freedom to vote. They are taking kids off the streets, students off the streets for their social media posts. They're imprisoning innocent fathers in a foreign prison. They're doing all of this. They are willing to rip our democracy to shreds so they can sell the pieces off.
Hey, Leah got a lot of booze there. Can I get some cheers for her? What are we going to do about it? You know, there are some Democratic leaders out there who say the smart strategy is to roll over and play dead. Should we roll over and play dead? Look around, y'all. The institutions that should be upholding our democracy, they are rolling over and playing dead. I got a list. I'm going to name some names. Collaborators, like law firms with Paul Weiss. Capitulators in legacy media institutions like the Washington Post and the LA Times. Craving universities like Columbia. Kleptocratic businesses like Amazon and Facebook. Look, when institutions that are supposed to uphold our democratic norms fail and fall, it's up to the people to step up. Are we going to step up? Are we stepping up? Are we stepping up? You bet your ass we are. You know why? You know why? Because as much as Musk, as much as Trump, as much as congressional Republicans want us to think that they are in control, that they are all powerful, are they all powerful? Here, let me ask you something. I believe that America is a constitutional republic. Is that right? What are the ideal number of kings in a constitutional republic? How many kings? How many kings? That sounds pretty good to me. 0 sounds like the right number to me. Now, everyone here, there are over 100,000 folks in D.C. right now. D.C., which is taxed without representation, 100,000 here. But it's not just in D.C. Today, right now, we are all part of the single largest pro-democracy protest in years. Every single state, just about every single community, 1,300 worldwide, y'all, worldwide. Now, look, this is incredible. This display of people power is absolutely incredible. It is not the end point in the fight against the fascist attack on our democracy. It's not the end point. It could be an inflection point. It could be an inflection point if we make it an inflection point. Look, we are not victims of world events, y'all. The fascists, they want us to fear them. Do we fear them? They know that fear is contagious. You know what else is contagious? Courage. Each one of us gets to choose what we put out into the world. What do we choose? What do we choose? What do we choose? Okay, so what do we do with that courage? The next congressional recess is just a few days away. It begins April 11th. Here's your task. I'm going to give you 3 tasks. If you ever worked with Indivisible, we love a good rally, but we like a plan too. We want to actually put a plan into action. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Step 1. There are 100,000 people here. I bet you don't know every one of them. I bet there are some new friends you can introduce yourself to right now. Look at these cool signs. Compliment your new friend on their sign. Exchange contact information. Do that before you go to leave this rally. You gonna do that? Okay, 2. On your way home, here's what I'm gonna ask you to do. Think of the 5 friends, people in your community who aren't here but could be here. Are you gonna do it? And 3, when you get home, it's up to you. Nobody is coming to save us. We have to save ourselves. We have to save ourselves. We have to go. Join your local Indivisible group, or your local 5051, or your local Working Families Party group, or start your own, but it's up to you. It's up to you. Are we going to accept from our supposed leaders when they tell us to roll over and play dead? Remind me, how many kings? How many kings? How many kings? Damn straight. Okay, now let's go back home and organize the protest. This one's over.
Thank you for joining Hands Off, the Pete Veto rally in Washington, D.C.
Hey Phil, can I grab your stat pass real quick? Oh my god. I was like, zoom out really far. Tell him to stay. Might as well. I'll be right back.
Oh my god. No, yes. Wait! Get a chair. Oh wait, get a chair. Oh wait, let's
it today. They're supposed to be 2 hours. But come on, if people are speaking for 20 minutes, it's like, this isn't going 2 hours. I know this isn't going 2 hours. I know, there's like 3 people up there, they each speak for like 15 minutes. I know. That's all you're saying. You're saying the same thing. No one died. It's like I thought somebody died.
I'm gonna walk up to there.
These never end on time. It was like, oh yeah, wow. Like they're gonna talk. Oh my God, he probably spoke for a half hour. Yeah.
Because you sent to the none of your program, then